Hello, hello, and welcome to the stream. We've got some good news. There's only 5 tasks remaining. We're gonna have to do some dungeons. We're gonna have to do a lot of gardening today. And we've made significant progress towards this task of getting a drill. If we take a look at the forge, you'll be able to see here that we have some of these power crystals, as I mentioned the other day. They're pretty good to forge and pick up for the Iron Man. And then this drum motor is going to take a whole day to get done. But once that's done, we're going to be able to go and make a ruby drill in only about 3 hours. And we'll have the task. Now, I'm not going to be completing that on the stream, just because you'd start the stream and then you'd have to end the stream. Presuming that we get through all of the garden visitors and the pests, we'll be fine. I guess we can party. We have secrets and dungeons to do. About half of the garden visitors done, and we're gonna have to get a lot of pests. I just recently picked up a splash, so we're good on that. But I'm gonna head over to the garden. And you'll notice that we have a decent amount of visitors ready to go here. What I've noticed is that there's 2 visitor types that feel very prominent in the amount of them that I have to do here. So I'm gonna go, and we're gonna make this a carrot farm. There's also 8 pests just in this plot. So that's going to be another thing we set our sights on. No, not the locusts, but if there's any crickets, that would make our job very easy. No, I think it's just going to be locusts. But we're just going all in with the pests for now. So since we haven't been passively doing pest gathering, we're in a position where we have to do a lot of that now. And while these offline pests are going to get us like up to 10 total, and our cooldown is ready to go for us to get more pests, it's going to take a little while. The good news is I don't have to worry about trampling the crops while the plot is still pasting, so I can hop around this freely. About to be done, so a couple more bounces. There we go. So we got a good amount of locusts, but none of the other ones. And unfortunately, I feel like the locusts are more active than they usually are. They're really hard to get. There we go. So now all of these potatoes should get us close, or closer to building out a full farm. Yes, I did start early. Oh, never mind. Does still apply to me though. I did start a bit earlier than I usually have been doing over the past few days today. Alright, so these both want enchanted wheat. We have 2 enchanted carrots here so far. And then 44 enchanted potatoes. We could just give the potato supply that we have right now. Let's do that. And then we can get like a garden visitor soon, hopefully. Ah, Rias. Yeah, I can definitely handle that. Alright, so being on the garden is also important, because that's going to help us get things. So while we go dialogue, I also have this ready to go. Pest Hunter's Wares. We could go for Biohazard, but I feel like the Talisman line here is much more powerful for the Pest chance. Or we could go for a Pest Trap, but I feel like the Pest Trap would be like if I'm passive. So there, Runon's Bow acquired. Alright, what is up with you? You wanting to show something off? Ah. Oh! Anyway. And then I'm able to go do some other things. Get the bingo hoe. And we can put away stuff that we're not going to be using. Bingo X and Sword have run their course. The Runon's Bow we might try and transfer. Alright. So the Bing Ho is now a Bing Axe. This allows us to chop all different kinds of crops. And Dedication 4 is actually really powerful. Right, so we have efficiency. And you can put harvesting on it. Interesting. Okay. Well, that initial amount of farming fortune is going to be pretty powerful. And we'll put on our farming equipment, put on Bingo Pet, and if we get a small hub for ourselves, we can actually work on this wheat. I don't think seeds are going to be used for. Dedication gives you extra farming fortune based off of your crop level. So if I've farmed like 10 levels of the crop, because there's dedication here, I get another 24 farming fortune. It's really powerful at like high levels, but it's also really powerful to get early on in farming when you don't have many sources of farming fortune. No bee pet? I don't know if I care that much to get like a whole bee pet. I'm not going to be here for long. If we look at it, I'm already about halfway through the garden visitor queue. So most of what I'm going for here is pests. And I should actually have someone splash me with a potion. If you'd like, you could swap over to your main and assist with the potion splash. I would greatly appreciate that. It's just the stinky cheese potion giving the extra bonus pest chance. That's gonna give us more pests on the garden. Yeah, the delay is painful. It's like we're sending things by carrier pigeon. I'm also surprisingly low on funds. I don't want to stoop to the level of doing like an Arachne though. That feels like it would not be necessary. I have the potions already ready to go. I could just pass you one. You don't have to buy anything. Let me do the experimentation table, and then I'll get you that potion. I'm just gonna go for the 5. once we complete this, just exit, get the extra thing. Yeah, it's 2 million coins. I'll save your money there. I mean, I feel like that might be valuable for you to have the funds to do something else with. This is gonna bother me. I don't have a grand XP anywhere. Of course not. Can you splash a couple of grands though? Smile. I don't have to go to the end just to be able to do a daily experimentation table. We're gonna actually see. Island might be too laggy since I have a bunch of mob minions and also however many this is. Cannot trade while the server is lagging. Figures. Alright. Back to the bingo. DY. I think those were Titanics, but that'll solve everything. Did I reforge this? No. Can I reforge this? Yeah, robust seems good enough. DY. Hello. Thanks. Warp. Island. Alright, so we can do one of these now, and then another one in a little bit. No power-ups this time. But that gets us some coins. More to play around with. Because we're going to want a decent amount for planting crops on the garden as well. So if we do potatoes, that's another one that we're going to be asked for a lot of. And then the goal would be to plant and to farm these as well, not just to be gone with it. Because I could just submit what I purchased here to the NPCs again, but then I'd be losing a lot. But the wheat I bought with the express of trading over. Alright, so we're going to need to farm carrots for both of these, and we're ready to go on the pests if we have crops on the garden to farm. We kind of do. It comes with replenish. So you can farm. Oh, replenish isn't going to work if I have no seeds in my inventory. That would make sense. Well, there you go. I hope you didn't farm like the pumpkins for Rios manually. It seems like a bit of a waste. So our goal is to spawn a pest. We're doing slightly inefficient if we go farm in the garden right now like this. But this will push us closer to our goal of spawning at least 2 pests, hopefully. Yeah, that makes sense. We can now get the dreaded earthworm pest. That means that when we get those on the garden, we're going to have to chase them around a lot. It also means that since we're pushing for manual farming right now, our garden visitors are going to want more and more. But I'm convinced that we need to do the manual farming to get these pests anyways. Namely, I've been wanting to get these pests for a little while now, and it just hasn't worked. Hello? I know that it's based off of crops broken, so my strategy right now might not be the most effective. Yeah, at least we're getting armadillo egg. After we're done with all the mining goals. Another good thing about dedication is it's not letting me break these partially grown crops, because I've got the delicate. So it makes it so that I can go through a partially grown farm like this and not take too much of a hit to my efficiency. Let's go deposit to the carrot visitors. It's about to get very expensive, like you're gonna want enchanted golden carrots after a while. But for now, we can appreciate the little things. Yeah. Wizard, so that's more potatoes. We could also clear off multiple plots, but that means that the pests will spawn between those plots instead. Might not be a bad idea, though. And then my thought process as well, between planting stuff and waiting for the pests to reset, I could go into some solo dungeon runs to take away at the secrets. I take it that you're done with the garden goal, then? If I'm to do that, then I will need stuff. The compost. I need to put something in to start giving me the compost I'll need for more plots. And right now most of my garden stuff is going to the visitors themselves. Alright, that is puzzler done. So we need to go to Hub and buy 8 stacks of jack-o'-lanterns for the Rias visitor. And then I'm a little more nervous about the pests now, because I've been farming for what feels like a long time. And usually the pests don't take this long to show up. So what is going on? I'm thinking of swapping out the carrot plot. after, like, I can build up a decent reserve of carrots and then swap it out. We're gonna put the money stuff away for now. Dungeon orb, we probably want to keep that on us. Cheese, we'll throw it in there. Okay. Cricket is good. Cricket is more carrots. So we can see it takes about 5 minutes for pests to respawn. So if we don't have anything particularly that we're waiting on right now, let's put the regular seeds in. It gets us some fuel. There's some organic matter. And then some biofuel. Sweet. Just like one Enigma soul or something for that. Or you could kill Shies at the spawn and level up your Crux Talisman. That's the exact amount that I need for Rias. Because we want easy visitors like that to be cycling as much as possible. Now, this is technically a hoe, so I don't think that I could put Sunder on it. What's good to use our copper on? Because we already have the best of both of these. We don't have equipment yet, though. We could go for... We have 100 copper. We could go for equipment. Or... Sprayinator. Sprayinator seems huge. Let's do that. Because it gives... more likely to attract pests. Pests are 2 times more likely to spawn. I'm guessing that's probably the thing that I was feeling there. And then, of course, we cycle to cheese. And then we're going to go need to cheese hunt in the hub a little bit here. Maybe if I had talked to her. Oh. Am I able to... I think I'm able to break this spruce log thing here with my... Yeah. So I gotta be careful with the axe between these rows. I can just chop without even thinking. Whatever. I have excessive amounts of copper. The only thing I'm really missing out on is the possible farming fortune from Lotus equipment, but farming fortune is not the problem. It's the, it would be the cheese, would be the best chance. So if we look here, I think that just makes them spawn faster. And then once we get the talisman, we'll be up to nearly 100 bonus pest chance. Yeah, that tends to happen, and then you tend to get very frustrated because you're not getting the drops that you want. So we're still waiting on whatever comes after Wizard. More organic matter would be good. We could just dump carrots in. And I think that guarantees us, or gets us very close at least. 16 more carrots would guarantee us. Surely. And then we'll just go and manually break some more carrots, because we're ready for a pest. Only a single pest. Do I have prevent trampling? Yeah, it looks like I prevent trampling, so I don't have to worry while I'm in the farmer. Alright, so we still gotta wait almost 5 minutes for a pest to spawn in. But if I leave, I think that resets the visitor timer. I could farm. I could just be farming for no reason, though. I think even if I have somebody else loading in the garden, it'll still reset that visitor timer. I don't know if it affects the pest timer either. I haven't really checked. But what happens is when the island is unloaded, the visitor timer guarantees to reset. Do you know by memory the loot share memory? The loot share chance formula by memory? I think it's just like a fifth of whatever the normal drop chance is. So if it's like a 5% drop chance, it becomes a 1% drop chance. We can check. Okay. So there's 2 minutes left. I'm gonna go to hub. I guess if you want to wait for 2 minutes to pass there. I need to cycle for some cheese so that I have enough for the sprayinator. Okay. Yeah. The girl gives you 1 free cheese. Well, I'm looking for a little bit more than just 1 free cheese. Because they don't last for too long, I don't think. 30 minutes? Alright, maybe I only need to do the 1 hub cycle then, if this is like an hour of cheese every 2. Which is perfect, because that's about how long until the garden. It's about how long the garden will take to reset everything. It's about like 10 more seconds from this time. I heard rodents, but we'll just go warp garden. Yeah. So in tab, the pest did not reset, but the wizard, it's now 14 minutes until the next garden visitor. So I have to sit on the garden in order to get things. That's really annoying. But I might be able to leave the garden inactive with the pest cooldown. Because that, I had like 3 minutes left on, and it seemed to carry the duration over. So, pest, yeah. Very nascent. Let's go for some more carrots. And spawn in another pest from that. And then we'll cycle everything out here for potatoes. You're free to leave if you'd like. Yeah, the cube skin is very funny. My story behind it was I had to rebuild my garden like 3 different times. And there was like a performance reason why they had to change how the garden works. But they also said that they thought that the garden looked a little ugly when people were making a bunch of cubes. So I just found the most cube-like skin possible. And then that's why my garden skin is cubes. I think I would have understood the reason for the change a lot more if they just said performance reasons, but them trying to dictate how people make their gardens. Like, nobody's gonna make an off-meta garden, or very few people would a way to do that. They're not gonna make it all nice and pretty. If anything, it discourages people from decorating their garden if they have to keep changing the farm design that they have every few different updates that they do to the garden. I don't know how many carrots I want to push for. Probably 5 stacks for now, and then we could always just cycle back to the carrot farm if we need to. Composter, we have 8 minutes until our next plot. I really don't like the thing between the plots here. Because I think there might be protection for Nexus when it comes to breaking blocks. Like, if I try to break this grass block... Oh, no, it just lets me. I thought that there were protections. Like, if I pull out the rookie hoe, can I also just... I know that it doesn't let me break the jungle wood in the cocoa bean farm. Hey, Evo. I see we're getting some hellos passed out to the stream chat. Let me open that up. What do I have left on my bingo? So, a lot of... We're chipping away at that goal slowly. We are 30 out of 50 visitors served at this point, and we got about 90 more secrets and dungeons. Forge a drill, we're just going to do off of stream. We have all the parts completed for it as of yesterday. And then community goals, I don't typically go for these, but maybe I push a little further than usual just to get some placement here. Because the increased points for community goal participation, that does look pretty nice. Especially since, like, if I get like 20 points, that's like a good chunk of a bingo that I'd normally be doing. Placement for the community goals. Like, I might go for within the top 10% bracket for community goals. If I do that, I'd be going for it off stream, though. The goal for the stream is just to get all of the individual tasks done. Visitor manipulate on bingo. Yeah, I was kind of trying to do a visitor manipulation thing at the start here. I was trying to do like only Rias and the Gold Forger, and then trying to keep the garden level low as well. I don't know if there's any other things that you're doing to manipulate the visitors other than what I just mentioned though. But I feel like my problem is more the pests rather than the visitors themselves. And I don't mind doing a little bit of extra farming, because if I'm going for high placement for copper, then I'm gonna have to do quite a bit of farming already. No, I expect 5th day evolve for bingos like this. It's pretty typical. An extreme bingo usually takes me around 24 hours, and then other bingos usually take me around half that time. If anything, I think we're on decent pace right now if we get a sub 24 hour. And I could have offlined a lot more of this stuff. Like, rather than going and farming actively during bingo, I could have waited and NPC bought a lot more things. I could have been collecting the pests offline, knowing that I would have just started farming anyways right when I got the bingo hoe. And then I would have had a lot more progress to the pests. There's inefficiencies that I've done. I fished with you for 4 hours on stream rather than just getting carried by a group of 5 people. I gotta say, of all the things that I had to do, fishing was probably the most annoying. Alright, we're about to get our next and we can get our next pest at any time. Good luck with the fishing. It's gonna take a little while. Alright, so no amount of farming really reduces the pest cooldown. We don't really need to rush through that. Yeah. Are you not going for community goals this time around, Yuval? I usually wouldn't either, but I feel like if you play a lot of bingo, then you might as well. Because the community goals are just so buffed up this time around. Yeah, that'll happen. I usually don't, but for how much you'd get just placing within the top 10% of a high bracket this time, like if we take a look at skilled here, 10% is probably gonna end up giving you like 16 bingo points. If you do that across all of the different objectives there, you're netting yourself almost like a full bingo's worth of points. Obviously, don't sweat it. No need to get like the top 1%, but actually trying is helpful. So I'm planting potatoes right now, and then in about 2 minutes, we'll have compost ready. And we can start clearing off another one of these plots. This is the melon. Yeah, melon guy. Melon's kind of horrible to farm manually. And they want a lot of melon, so it's not like I can NPC buy that either. So I'm gonna have to get a farm. Well, obviously someone will try to get top 100 and all. That's just a given. There's people that do pretty much everything these days. So now we're going to test again. We're going to let the visitors definitely despawn there. And then we're going to get some melon. Not a lot, but enough to get the farm going. And for some reason I thought melons were on the other island here. But no, they're over here in the corner tucked away. And we're going to go for the combination of melons and pumpkins. Page 7, we'll just keep putting melon slices. I don't actually know how many melons we need to get the enchanted melon unlocked. Hopefully not that many. That's about 2/3 of an ender chest page filled up. Surely this ends at like 2.5k, right? I'm running out of space. Bone collection? What do you mean? Bone collection. So there's gravel skeletons. You can do those manually with the bingo bow. And if you have a high chance level on your bow, that'll get you a lot of loot. You don't want to pick up the bones that drop from the skeletons. Those help you to get like respawning skeletons. You can NPC buy the bones. Although for 50k collection, you're going to actually go through quite a few enchantions already. And then for me, like if I take a look here, I upgraded all of my minions to T5, and then by the end of this, I still have like 2 extra stacks of bones. So you really don't need to buy from NPC. It's the string that you should buy from NPC. Or you could just do Arachne for the string as well. I still can't craft the melons. How much do I need? I thought it was going to be an easy collection. 5k for enchanted melons? I'm gonna have to farm like the whole required amount just to be able to craft enchanted melons. I was doing this for convenience. Using 8 right now, but you want faster. Well, you can also put cheese in your minions. Cheese is something you get from killing the rats around the hub, and they double your minion output for an hour. So if you put in like 10 into each minion overnight, you'll have double minion production. You just gotta remember to collect from your minions, because they'll also be filling up pretty fast. I just want to have the enchanted melons for when I go to plant my farm. But this feels very out of the way. Like I still need another 1k melons. I guess if I got an earthworm, then I probably wouldn't have to worry too much, because it would give a lot of melons. But there we go. And the compactor. And there we go. That gets us all the melons. Hopefully enough. If I go to the hub again, and that gets us back to the middle. Just guaranteeing that I have enough melons ready to go. Buying out anywhere close to the amount needed for the actual melon request that I have from a visitor, but getting pretty close to it. And now we're going to have to wait on the garden a little bit, because while we have pests ready, since it wasn't being chunk loaded, the melons have to take a little bit. And yeah, we're right. Like you have a ton of time, so you don't have to worry about the bones, unless it's like the one goal holding you back from like getting the bingo done, and you want to be done with it. Gravel skeletons, cheese in your minions. You could unlock more minion slots, upgrade storages for the minions if you find yourself not collecting them as frequently. Medium storages go a long way. Oh, she does give you a sprayinator. I think that if it takes you more than 1 week to get any of the bingos done, that's kind of an abnormality. You can usually get them done within the first few days for normal bingos, unless there's some really heavily RNG dependent task like golden goblins. Now, I need something. Dude, this really hurts because they haven't grown at all. It's gonna take too long. Potatoes, 100 potatoes. I guess I could go over to here. Just farm this patch. Could also replant so that it's a little more ready to go for the next time around. But because I'm not able to sprayinator this plot, I actually don't want to harvest those, because then I actually lose out on a 50 bonus pest chance. Do you need you to grow them? No. Stored compost of 2. So let's go claim this one. And then where is the SAM scythe? Right here. We can just start clearing off of this plot while the other plot grows. We're having a little bit of downtime, but I think it's worthwhile. Favorite emblem? I gotta say, the Blaze Slayer emblem looks really nice. Those 3 slashes. I think the Bingo emblem looks pretty nice too. Just the bee in a circle. I like it a lot better on the earlier versions, and then on the newest version it feels very chunky. I mean, I just got the level 500 emblem, the golden Fer-de-Lis, that thing. Worth it. That's gonna remain my emblem for a little while. I think that if I put on like the commissions completed emblem, I think that's what the Heart of the Mountain one does. That's probably like my most impressive stat of all the things. I've done a lot of mining over my time on Skyblock. Alright, I'm just gonna make the page 7 random farming material page. Because I'm running out of space on first page for farming stuff. Yeah, level 500 is pretty impressive. I think that it's kind of like an illusion of sorts there. Like, it feels like I made a lot of progress in the game, but I'm missing a lot of the core things that people think of high-level players having. Like, I'm not even cat at 50 yet. Still need to do a bunch of the Kudros. I choose to play the game in my own way, and a lot of that is doing extra in the content that I wouldn't necessarily need to do if I just wanted to be done fast. Like, I could have been done with mining a long time ago, but I still choose to do it because I enjoy it. And I think that's the mentality you gotta have with the games. Likewise, I don't really find myself a huge fan of Catacombs. So I only play it with friends when I'm like prompted, like, hey, let's do some Catacombs. But then my Catacombs level is lower than people would want it to be for the high level player. I really like stuff like foraging, where you can choose to do it with other people and it's a little bit more efficient. But just doing it solo is fine. I got the Archfiend dice. Yeah, I've got Holly, I've got Archfiend, I've got Chocolate. Bingo, if we're counting that as a die, I've purchased a Bingo die. Pure white, pure black. I could easily purchase either of those. I've got enough bits. Haven't really gone for a dies grind. I think that if I find myself dropping a lot of dies, I might try to do like, what if I get every single die just for fun? But that would first require me to drop some of the harder ones without even trying. Yeah. I think so. I bought it when the dies update first came out, and then they spiked up a lot. So I thought that I was gonna be able to make a little bit of money. And then they crashed. So I made no money. Iron Forger requires a ton of carrots. Is this even enough? It is, I guess. The page is gonna start depositing stuff that I'm not using, like wheat and pumpkins. Alright, let's go farm some potatoes until we get a pest. Well, that's the thing, is if we're counting limited edition dies, there's 2 dies that only come out every century. So I could do all of the other dies and then be like nearly at max. And then I either have to pretend that pure blue, pure yellow don't exist, or hope that I get really lucky. I'd probably go for getting one of each die drop if they added some way to get pure blue, pure yellow in the game normally. But I don't think that they will. So I'll just leave like death streaks to get one of each die. I also don't think it makes good content, because like anyone that's a part of Skyblock would know what you mean when you say that you got one of each die. But it's really hard to quantify that in your head as like how valuable something like that would be. And a lot of the pull for Skyblock titles when it comes to stuff like that is people knowing how valuable the thing that you grinded out or the thing that you dropped is. Like a die just kind of reaches that level of unfathomable drop rate that it's hard to picture it. And it's kind of like when you're a YouTuber and you see like 100 people viewing your stream. It's like, wow, that's very cool. And you could imagine those 100 people in a room. But then when you gotta quantify like 100,000 people showing up to your stream, it becomes a little harder to picture and visualize what that would look like. It's like a full stadium of people. Oh, I know what I could do. Let's go to the deleter and add grass to it. Pardon? Did I disable the deleter? I did. There, so the trees are decaying and also making decent progress. Yeah. So like a video that's like I dropped something that's worth 1 in 100 million is cool, but then like I dropped 5 of those. I don't think that really makes a difference. And if we're thinking of long form content, like I watched a Minecraft video a while ago that was like this guy collected every single tropical fish. That's cool. But you spend a lot of time grinding something out that you're either not going to show on camera, or if you did show the process on camera, then people wouldn't necessarily care as much. So at that point, you got to do it like for you. And for my sake, do I really care about dropping a die? No. I'm frustrating enough when Hypixel tasks me with dropping something that's like a 1 in 100 chance on bingo. I don't want to have to put myself through the idea of like 1 in 100 experimentation table experiments, or like go kill 12 million runic mobs. I'd have to be in a pretty good position to even begin to consider something like that as something worth doing. And I think it's different when you're doing it as a hobby compared to like as a job as well. Like the person who did the tropical fish, they probably knew that they could reliably get a certain amount of income from doing that. Like they'd get some amount of guaranteed viewership. But when you're presenting like one of those long-term goals as like a task, I think that maybe collecting the tropical fish is more interesting than I don't know, dropping dice, doing something repetitive. A lot of the MMO grinds of Skyblock don't really lend themselves to being very interesting content pieces. Like if I saw a YouTube title that's like I dropped one of every single die, I probably wouldn't click on it, honestly. There's people that, because you go for end armor as well, so even if it's not like a combat related task, there's probably people that still get like a pet drop. I think the thing that you have to think about is the bingo players specifically have to be killing the 9k Enderman to get a legendary pet drop. If I was going for like the upper Enderman to get a full set of end armor, I probably would not turn around and start killing the 9k Enderman. So then you're kind of left in a situation where only the people that continue to grind combat afterwards would be getting that. Like for this bingo, for example, we skipped the combat entirely by just having someone drag a Zealot Bruiser up during a dragon fight. Yeah. I get what you mean there. Well, you were already pretty close when we were talking about it, so it makes sense that you'd just go that last little bit of the way. Alright, what does Grandma Wolf want? Melons. More melons. But that gives a decent amount of copper, so I'm not even that upset over it. So we're waiting for the melons to grow. Please. Please what? Oh. Good luck. Hope you get a bowl. It's gonna be a little while. Yeah. It's just how it be. So I think immediately after I get a visitor to the island, because what I noticed is it didn't feel like the visitor thing reset as long as I come back before that next visitor thing would reach 0. That maybe the island would stay loaded. But also if the server gets unloaded, I think that causes more issues. So we need somebody to AFK here. I've reached out to one person. Maybe I could reach out to some more. Alright, so we're chipping away at the various goals here. We've got a couple more visitors served. We're making really good progress on tests. If we keep getting 2 each time, we should be there pretty quickly. Once we get up to 25 pests, there's a talisman that can equip, which will get us nearly up to a 90 bonus pest chance. Alright, have fun with your diamond mining. It's okay to need to take a break every once in a while. The game's pretty unforgiving. This is me building up like a reserve of potatoes right now. And then hopefully I can claim whatever the next visitor is that wants potatoes. Cactus is going to be a problem. Because this bingo axe thing is very versatile, but it does not instantly break crops. So I'm going to be relying entirely off of mites if I get a cactus visitor. Or I could just deny them. Yeah, you can loot share some secrets off of me. I'm fueling the plots with cheese, so there's a chance that I'll get a decent bit of mites now that I can actually test. A pumpkin visitor would be really nice to come by, though. I should probably talk to Lumina. But that would add more possible visitors to the pool. So I don't know if I want to keep the gold forger in rotation there. Long term, if I'm going for like a copper community, I want to make sure that I have as many legendary visitors unlocked as I possibly can. Only one pest this time, unfortunate. But it's a mite. There's the cactus I was talking about. And cactus is needed in low amounts, so it's not that bad. Shouldn't need to clear off any plots anytime soon. Alright, this might be a decent potato reserve. I want to get a couple more stacks just in case. And then once this next visitor shows up, we can go do a single dungeon run and see how that goes. Good stuff, good stuff. Cycling chat, no new messages. Alright, let me copy. Boom live. Copy link. Go to the Discord. And stream ping. And publish. Gold Forger, we love to see it. No worries. I don't have the Rex channel member. And hopefully I get the Rex to have a creator code on Hypixel soon. If you want to see those requirements, you can subscribe down below and then tune into future streams. If you want to push the stream content out to other people, you can leave a like or comment. Both would be appreciated. We're going to go do some dungeons now, though. Alright, we got our combat equipment on. P, leave, /R/R/R. Let's get /R. There you go. Now you can reply. I just don't want to drag you through the dungeon if you didn't need to be in here. With the garden unloaded, I think that we're gonna find... Ooh, that hurt. /R. Because I think bigger rooms would mean more secrets that I could obtain. Ow. Ow. So we need to go for 100. Not dying is an important step of that. So we should probably be trying to like strafe when I go through rooms. Because my biggest threat by far is going to be the crypt lurkers. Oh, I'm in end armor. That's why I'm dying. Let me swap to the actual dungeons gear. There, that should help. Ow. Ow. Leave me alone. Let's go take a bath. This healing pond is actually going to be very clutch. We don't need to clear for blessings. We just need to go through and do secrets. And secrets in whatever room I know how to do is fine. So... Normally when I'm flying through these rooms, it's a lot easier to figure out where everything is. But if I don't know where something is, like a lot of this room, I don't know how to even begin to try clearing it. I'm just gonna do what I know how to do, and then move on. I don't know how to get that chest there. I don't know where a lot of secrets are. I've memorized a lot of the old rooms that exist, but then they kept adding new rooms, and I don't have a good memory for them. And then I'm also not able to do like AOTV and other routes like I know how to do, so we're having to use like regular pearls, and that's always a fun change of pace. So we did all of that. There's a bat secret. Just gonna be like over in here. I don't know if that counts as like me getting the secret. Yeah. And then down and around back here is a ladder downwards. I think that's most of the stuff that I'm going to be able to do. There's one more room I can double back to. That has like a bunch of levers. I think up there is another secret. No, is it the other corner? Yeah, it's the other corner. It has like a red cloth. It is a time. That is one of the possible times. So I need a thing to explode. Can I? No, throwing axe doesn't do it for me. Do I have a super boom somewhere? I think I sold all of mine. So I'm not able to do pretty much every single secret in this room. Sweet. We'll just go garden then. Alright. So in the garden, we have pests ready. Visitor might have reset. I'm not entirely sure how that went. Melons? They've kind of grown. Yeah, I can get the super bombs. Before I go into my next dungeon run, that's something I'll want to pick up. I can get rid of that and this. And keep these at the ready. So we're gonna need a lot of melons. And we should probably spray this plot with cheese if we're farming in it. Can I get the splash? Because I kind of am in need of one. Yeah. Great. The splasher got kicked. I mean, maybe. It's a 58 player hub. More cheese for the cheese splash. Soon. I'll need it soon, but not right now. Alright. We got ourselves up a decent amount of secrets there. Oh. I got intercepted. I'm not allowed to slash R. Still not letting you. Well, if Yuval's in the stream, my solution would be to do Invisibugs. If Yuval is not in the stream, suffer. Do I warp garden? Warp garden. It should. do frog first, then invisibug. I'm not loading up the latest version of check, but it was working for me. Mossy bit. That's what I was doing. So unless it changed, it didn't, then you should be able to do that too. I don't mind typing a little bit every now and then. So it's only 200, so we can do the emissary goal now. What do you want? Baked potato. That can be arranged. 1, 2.5. Golden carrots we can get pretty easily. And then once we get pest, we'll see if we can do another dungeon run. Pests do be spawning 2x more frequently. And 2x is 0 is still 0 pests. There we go. Just had to complain so that they spawned. Alright, so it's 11 minutes until next visitor, so as long as we don't take more than 10 minutes in the dungeon, we should be fine. Swap armors. I've been told that I sometimes have a similar sense of humor. Alright, this one's good because it has a lot for us, and then there's also a secret in this room as well. Around, chuck it in, there we go. So we forgot to get the super bone, so we'll just use it there. I do not appreciate being knocked into the thing. These are some very good rooms, as long as I don't end up getting myself offed. Architect's first draft. on my bingo profile. Crazy. There's a bat. I'm going to presume that the bat is dead. So there's an arrow trap that I can go to down here. That wasn't fun. That still isn't fun, the sniper. You just teleport across here to avoid that altogether. Alright. There's something over on the other side. There's like wither essences. There's also the thing over by the sniper here. There. And this is gonna have the wither essences. Did not want to do that. I wanted to go up. I wanted to stay up. Thanks. And there we go. Full cleared this room. Should be able to go up now. And I could go around, or I could go to the spider room. The spider room's also pretty good. I know that there's one thing that requires an explosion in there. I can't think of anything else. We can go into the corner, hope. Nope, we're gonna go all the way down. Alright, Yvonne. I'll take a look later. Fire spider, my favorite. Trades. Sell off a lot of the spare stuff here. Can't sell the architecture off there. Yeah, when I fall very far. That's how it goes. And we'll just take this route upwards. So, aim a little lower. Not that, oh, not that low. Having to aim and lob these pearls. Lots of defusal kits. Go in here and clear everything out. No, please. Well, I guess now's a good time to go back to the garden. Warp garden. That was as good of a time as ever. And we're gonna have to farm a lot more for that grandma wolf. On your main profile? I kept one for quite a while. I just held it in my inventory. Hundreds of thousands of minutes. And then I took it out when they released the dojo because I felt like they were going to have me take that training weight in and out a lot, and I didn't want to lose it. So I threw it in an item frame. Just getting unlucky with our pest rates. Once we get up to 25, we'll have... There we go, that should be what we need. Go to the shop and buy the talisman. Now we can swap out... Oh no, we don't even need to swap anything out. We can just throw a bunch of stuff in there. Like all of these. One melon block. Okay, maybe not all of them, but most can go in there. Still have about 3 minutes left until we get a visitor. Once we get the next visitor, we're going to go to the hub and buy a bunch of golden carrots. Into the farm here. And it's back to melon farming. A 100 mining speed? You don't have that already? Or like just from Heart of the Mountain? 26 at the moment. I have been having someone splash me. If you have spares, that'd be nice though. And taken. Message Yuval King. Oh. Craft, and then we can give these away. And then in 15 seconds, we'll see who the next visitor is. Do some inventory management, sell all of these off. And 3, 2, 1, who is it? Potato. We get a fruit bowl. I don't even know what the fruit bowl does. It's like a permanent farming fortune, I think. Nothing that particularly interests me. We are going to need some potatoes left over. We want to do a farm. That's a little less than I would be hoping for. Maybe we'll get some pests for it then. Okay. Farming wisdom. Oh, that's right. These give you wisdom effects. I don't really need the fruit bowl. though. And it's pretty common to the point where I don't think we need to transfer it over. This allows us to go for the carrots. And hopefully if I go warp garden, hopefully this is enough. Yep, just barely. So now we don't have anything like pre-grinded out and ready to go. Let's get more potatoes for when we replace the farm. Biggest RNG drop in bingo. I can't even remember. I think I dropped a Phoenix Pet. Or I dropped something that was valuable. I was grinding in the end, so it was either an Enderman pet or a Phoenix Pet. I think it was an Enderman. Like a legendary Enderman. I don't do a lot of stuff on the bingo profile that would lead to getting rare drops, though. Like, nothing interesting ever from my nucleus runs. So it would have to be like one of those common drops there. Alright, now warp. Dungeon hub. Let's go again. We're just cycling back and forth. Biggest money transfer? Oh, easily like 20 million coins. Like, I know that I got a full Dragon Hunter book and then some for one of the bingos that I did. I don't know what I did to get all of that money. And I still didn't get super bumps, so we're stuck on some of the secrets. I guess if I go Archer, well then I don't get to clear as fast. I guess for not counting coin transfers, I've made a decent bit of money. But I would be, when you said like coin transfer, I was thinking like direct transfer. It was one of the bingos that had a spider essence community goal. I remember going really high on that for some reason, and then I transferred over all the coins I got from Arachnes. No, I was trying to avoid that. What the frick? Well, that was a scam. I'm in the armor. It does the true HP to me, though, and I already had lower health. Let's see. Watching it back. I feel like I was well past the arrow trap by the time it killed me. Whatever. Okay, this has like 4 different ones. I don't even need to go for, like, the room clear. It's not like that counts for anything. I just need to go for the mob clears. Architect's Draft again? Crazy. I wish that revive stones would be able to help you get revived in solo. And then the dungeon would only end if you had no revive stones as a solo player. I think that would be a lot more enjoyable. Not that I would run dungeons solo for most of the content anyways, because I feel like puzzles and clearing is kind of required. But it's just kind of annoying to die to some random thing, and then, oh, dungeon over, restart, have fun. I think it's... And then I need another one to get through there. Whatever, I'm happy. One explosion, one secret, we'll take it. Oh, and then this has a lever that I can pull. Yeah, it could cost 2. Well, the thing is, if you have a healer that just stays at spawn AFK, you're gonna get revived. If you wanted to cheese reviving in dungeons, it's really easy to do that. You just have to have someone sitting AFK on your behalf. I'm just saying, like, for the sake of not having to drag another person or alt account into there, make it so that you can solo self-revive a little easier. And then it doesn't really throw the balancing of anything off, because people who really just want to revive anyways can do that with a secondary account or a friend. It's just making it more friendly to people who don't do that. Alright, and then this one is like up and around here. And I think we're at the end of the dungeon after this. Go check the garden out. Is there a way up here? Yeah, there is. This is what I like about old dungeons, is it used to be that, like, everything that you wanted to go get to, you'd have a way to get up naturally. And then whatever design philosophy they had when making dungeons just kind of stopped when they released the new dungeons. There's a couple areas where you're forced to teleport up to. Like, there's a skull up at the top of the map that you have to teleport up and pull the lever. We'll do warp garden. Alright. So I think that proves the theory correct, because the next visitor did not reset. So as long as we have like a partial thing going here, we'll be fine. Alright, so if we're doing potatoes, we gotta spray the plot. All rooms are clearable. No, that's not true. There's some rooms that are now not clearable. Unless I'm missing something. In, like, sewers, for example, has stuff that's not clearable. Oh, looks like you've got another thing to grind. Is that to the sewers? When you did your runs, you got every room? I mean, yeah, I don't think you experience sewers at a low level like that. Sewers only shows up later on. Yeah. It's the one with, like, the water flowing out of the pipes, and you gotta pull a lever on top of a skull at the very top. That's what I'm referring to when I say sewers. I don't know the room names off the top of my head either. I'm just going off of what people had told me. So we're about halfway through our dungeon goals here. Still working on the pests, but we've made decent progress. If you leave the lobby, will you lose the 2x event? No, the 2x event is shared across all of the lobbies with some amount of offset. So it's possible that you could get an extended duration on your 2x powder event. Or it's possible that all of the other lobbies are so far ahead that you wouldn't get the 2x event. Yuval, if you're referring to the same thing, I know most of them. You're thinking it's a jump from the other school, which has stairs. I'll take a look next time I see it, but I'm pretty sure that there's not... I was talking to somebody else, and they had mentioned that the conventions were being broken on the new dungeon rooms. I don't look into it, because I usually just AOTV and forget. Like Spider Room, getting up to that place I was trying to pearl at, there's like vines that you can parkour across. Well, that happens sometimes, especially if you're towards the end of an event. If you were towards the beginning of an event, your lobby might be like just now starting a new one. Okay, librarian has shown up, but I probably want to make a cane farm rather than using all of the sugarcane that I have here. Because I imagine the librarian's going to ask for a decent amount of sugarcane. Oh, enchanted. I have to make a farm anyways. Never mind. That might be enough to get me started on something, but it's pretty unlikely. And then let's try sugarcane. And reserve melon, I don't have a lot of those, so I could keep farming melons, or I could go do dungeons. I'll farm melons until the plot is done pasting. And then it's back to dungeons. The reason that we get some reserve crops is that we can very easily switch the things in the garden depending on what the visitor needs. So, let's see. Of the community goals here, the coins from scavengers seems pretty easy to do. You just go kill a bunch of spare endermen or zealots. Commissioned, it's just mining commissions. I think you just do the mithril commission since you get the bingo pickaxe. Combat XP can be stacked with the scavenger. So that's pretty good. But you probably also want to do bestiary for that. Angler is probably the hardest one of all of them. It requires you to actually fish up a rare sea creature. I think fishing in the bayou is beneficial for that because you get banshees pretty early on. But I'm at the fishing level where I could probably go anywhere and have equal chances of getting anything. Copper from visitors is what I'm doing right now, just cycling the visitors. And then I want to try to aim for around a 10% in all of them by the end of the bingo. So I'm going to be passively doing this off and on. I imagine there's going to be a lot more people that are of the same mindset there. Playtime, 20 hours. So we have about 3 more hours left if we're going to be sub 24. I don't know, because I could do passive pests and still get the sub 24. But obviously, like, these two are still active. So we're going to guarantee going until the end of the Garden Visitors. But I might stop a little bit early from the pest grind and just do it passively. Because I really want to get that low playtime card. I think that the first extreme bingo I took upwards of 2 days of playtime, and then the other one I took greater than 24 hours. So if I can have a low playtime, I would really appreciate that. And there's also, not over here, but over in the other place, vines that go up to bat and wither. And then I go down once again. I need this room to progress. Nice. Chocolate Factory Prestige. That's a lot of mobs, and my health is gone. I'm in farm armor. I need to get out of there. Because it'd be one thing if you could only get revive stones from the fairy, but getting them as a secret in the middle of a dungeon run is a bit silly when you can't even use that secret that you just picked up. And then up here there's going to be a mini boss. So that's a puzzle. And then this should be like an actual... Nope, that's a boss. And Super Boom's pretty good. I think that there's one up here. Oh, of course, like the one hole that I could fall through would be the one where I go down. Could I get actual hits, please? All I really need to care about is that. Well, let's keep going. I know a couple of the secrets in the room, but I'm not gonna full clear it. Bruh. I have space in my inventory to pick it up. What? Why didn't it stack with my other TNT? Why? Just a random quirks of Skyblock confuse me sometimes. And then one more down the ladder back here. Nice. Up and around here, there's a additional secret. I think if I just look there, let me get it. Full inventory notification again. It'll just get so much garbage. I miss having all the deleters. And then it's okay to die. So I don't know if there's anything that I can really find down here. There's this. I know that there's another one behind some leaves. Is this the leaf pile? There's a lot of leaves. I despise these new rooms. It's like down one of the things here. There's like a ladder, like a vine place to go to. I remember being shown it and my mind was blown. Is it here? Oh, it is here. It's a bat. Okay. And then up above, in that space there, there's another one. And there should be another in this area somewhere. But I can't really place where. I think it's like up above, maybe here. Yeah, Wither Essence. There we go, we full cleared it. Garden. Alright, and that should give us enough time to prep. We got the pest chance ready. I think we just go spray the melon plot here. Yeah. Pests are always good to pick up. Both of these look to be rats. Okay. So then we're just waiting for the next visitor to show up. Wilson. golden carrot. Technically, I'd have enough carrots to put that on there, but we're gonna hold off. Let's get potatoes out. Or no, carrots. And then replace the melons with some carrots. Once we finish pasting, we'll go run some more dungeon. Gonna lower the volume for that. Enchanted sugarcane is what the librarian wanted, so that's doable. It'd be a lot easier if we actually had the farm fully grown. We're gonna have to do partial growth on the cane here. No. I lost 200 million coins when I didn't have Cookie Buff active. I had like 400 mil in the purse, and that was back when like coins meant a lot more, so that was pretty unfortunate. But other than that, I don't think I've ever been scammed out of anything. I've made bad investments, like I bought a bunch of summoning eyes in preparation for Primal Dragons, and then they canceled Primal Dragons. But I don't think I've ever been tricked by a player. I've been tricked by the admins. And these days, I tend not to invest much into like a ton of update related stuff anyways, so I don't have to worry about that. Like for Forging update, the most that I had prepped to go is a bunch of the chocolate truffle things that you get from Hoppities. There we go. The cane is unlocked. We're about to get a pest. Oh yeah, see something on the alpha, be able to think you need to buy it, and then get duped. I haven't taken a look at the new pet update. It feels like pets are a lot easier to get. Does that require enchanted eggs or enchanted super eggs in the cat upgrade? Or what are the eggs used for nowadays? And we still need a full stack in the hotbar here. I think it's good that you're able to get like the initial pets there, but I'm wondering 100% the factory? Yes, but the Abaphone contact is not going to give you legendaries, mythics, or divines, so you still have to get the divines either from Hitman or from the eggs themselves. If Hoppity gave you a guaranteed new rabbit, including all the way up to divines, I'd be fine with that. But we still haven't fixed the true problem with divines. we've only made it easier to get stuff like the commons, uncommons, rares, epics. And if that means that I can't buy duplicate rabbits from Abaphone anymore, that's going to be very unfortunate as well. Where'd my bonus pest chance go? Well, I need another potion. I need the second potion splashed on me. Whenever you're ready and around and able to do that. And then I didn't have spray and neuter going on this plot either. Unfortunate. 4 minutes until next visitor. I guess I'm farming until then. Oh, it gives legendaries? I guess, yes. You. Only... I guess Hoppity Shop can give you a legendary occasionally. It's just very rare for it to be able to. And... can we do plot TP3? No. Do Warp Garden. Plot TP3 would put you over there, making it decently easy to go get visitors. On the cube barn skin, you get put pretty much right next to your visitors, so it's just the hotkey that I usually go for. Yeah, this is what I want. And I have to anvil in the hub. How many divines do I have? 3 so far. I think I got 1 duplicate divine as well. 2 more minutes. How are the carrots looking? Because that's the next thing to go for. Some of them are grown, I guess. Ah, I really should have. We can go quick. Hub 22. Quick. Go. Warp Garden. I did not need the XP, but I appreciate it. Next visitor 6 minutes away. That feels longer than it was previously. But not completely long. I should have just waited. Yeah, let's go get some sugarcane, I guess. Progress. 12 more visitors. 40 more secrets. And pests. Yeah, pests we're gonna just finish offline. As fast as we could progress this, there's not really much of a need to rush it. And it would get us better playtime. So, we're gonna push to get things done around the time that visitors are done then. And it's important that that the garden is being loaded as much as possible. Moments like these where I wish I could just call upon people. Nope. While you're farming, it reduces the time until the visitor spawns in. So that's why it's important to like actively farm. And we're also able to kind of prep some of the materials for other visitors. In this case, I'm just getting the sugarcane ready so that I could potentially replace this farm with something else, depending on what the next visitor requires. And then I'll have a lot of sugarcane, either to give to another visitor or to plant another farm with. Alright, and we need to make sure this plot has cheese. There we go. 90 bonus pest chance. Worth it. Although now we gotta hunt them down. You could just do some arachnids. That'd get you done with the string really fast. Alright, and Rusty wants what? Potato. So we could plant a potato farm, or no. I need like 40 more potatoes. I could just get the potatoes done in the hub though. We'll see. Wow. We can go do dungeons. That at the ready, put this up and be ready to go. More secrets. And dungeon armor would be nice to have too. Don't want to get killed off of spawn. That'd be not nice. And we can go up here and get the secret. It's always a diffusal kit. Where's the last one at? There. And let's go explore this room now. Okay, this is the one that I had full cleared before. It's got a lot of things to clear at. The good news is I don't have to fully clear it. This feels more important. Even though this is a 50-50 quality, I feel like I get more benefit out of my rotten leggings here. That went a lot better, I'd say. And 35. Still better to go for the one that I currently have. Check message. There's a lot of messages. A lot of them flood. Uncommon gives more taming XP. with the rock pet mining XP boost. How rare rock pet, rock just do. Why would you go for more wisdom there? Bingo takes all of your taming equally, so you might as well just use the bingo pet and level it up. A higher level bingo pet helps you get most of the other stuff done faster. The only time that you would ever level a different pet on bingo is if it's required to do that for some reason, or I like to level up the Grandma Wolf a little bit because it makes the combos last for longer. You don't need to level up a rock pet. An uncommon rock pet does nothing for you. Put a mining XP boost on your pet if you care about levels. I'm starting to care a lot less about getting this done. I feel the burnout setting in. Nice. Go up there. I don't know where the last one is. I don't care. It's puzzle. And then this is puzzle. Alright, there's two that I can get up in this area, but I have to lob my pearl just right. One of them's going to be this here, and the other one's going to be on the other side. Just down below here. Alright. Another good time to use a super bone.
Oh,
Hello.
hi.
How you doing?
I'm okay. What's up?
Well, I was going to ask you to load the garden a little bit for me, but we're approaching the point where I'm going to be done with the bingo, so...
Okay, so don't need to load the garden?
No, probably not anymore.
Okay.
Any more secrets? 25 more secrets.
Taking a break when you DM me.
Yeah. So,
I needed a bit away from the PC. I was
yeah.
playing with Orion earlier.
If you want to idle on the garden while you do your flipping, that'd still be nice.
So you still want me to go?
Yeah, I have 17 visitors left. So. I still haven't figured out how the visitor
Pretty sure
time and resetting
visitors.
works.
I can't even go. It's not. It doesn't allow guests.
Well, that would be a good thing to change. There you go. Visits anyone should be enabled now.
Pretty sure visitors still come even if no one's loading it. No?
The timer for the next visitor seems to reset when the garden fully unloads. And then if nobody is online when it's 6 minutes right now, if none of the co-op members would be in the garden, I think that it just doesn't spawn in a new visitor.
That's odd.
Yeah. So,
Oh,
lovely.
schedule reboot.
Right away. Earthworm, where did it go? Over there. Lovely. Skyblock timeout. It
Who's
doesn't
this?
often happen on stream, but I guess Hypixel really hates people playing their games sometimes. Alright, well. Good time to go take a break and get some water, I guess.
Bye.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright, still 2 minutes until the next visitor. We'll just keep farming until then. this next set of carrots, then should be ready. Why? Sprayinator also seems to be a bit wonky. I feel like it doesn't take 30 minutes to expire. I feel like it's expiring when I like leave the garden or something.
That's crazy. How broken is the game?
Garden is very broken. There's a lot of things that just don't trigger properly. Like if you get kicked when joining your garden, it doesn't load pests in the traps, nor does it load stuff offline like the 8 pests you're supposed to get. And then you'll try to rejoin the garden after being kicked, and then you just have like 0 things in reserve when you should have a bunch more.
How that works.
It's because I think on load it's trying to spawn things in, and then if you try to load it a second time, it thinks that it already spawned those things in, even if the instance crashed and you didn't get into the server. And now I don't know why that does things.
Never know.
Bunch of
You
carrots.
never know.
Potato. So that's what we were setting up on the other side. Or no, we were on the fence. Because if we could get potatoes from some other way, then it's probably better than pasting down a whole plot. That's, I think, 6 stacks of enchanted carrots. We'll work on that now. Still 10 more visitors after this.
That's crazy.
Hmm?
No, I'm just redoing my calculations for some of my flips, and it's crazy that even though the price has fell by 30%,
Mm-hmm.
you just still profit.
Yeah.
Actually do it. So it's just usual meetings. Doing math.
Yeah.
And I just talk to myself.
No worries. And obviously, since you're on stream, you don't want to give out any sort of information because otherwise, flip ruined.
I mean, I don't often give out information even off stream. So
Yeah.
it's like I think it's only 3 people I've ever given a flip to.
Mm-hmm.
You being one of them. No, it's just I gave a flip to Neo recently, and it just surprised by how fast the flip kind of fell. Even though it is still profit, it's surprising how fast it got like
Mm-hmm.
dropped by 30%.
Yeah.
So I was kind of just running through all the numbers again.
about 5 minutes per visitor if you're continually farming. And I need 10 more visitors, including the one that I'm grinding for now. So it's about 45 more minutes if I continually keep farming and I get all the stuff on time. It also takes about
Yeah.
5 minutes for pests to cycle, but that's independent on if I'm farming or not. And I get about 2 pests per cycle. It's not guaranteed, but once I get the upgraded talisman, it's guaranteed. So I think we can say average of 2 pests. If we're looking, we're definitely going to be a good bit away from the pests. It'll be a little over halfway through Exterminator. And I think I'm just going to say I'll do that offline. Just cycle the offline pests that I get. Visitors.
If you have like the pest right now, you could buy the pest equipment to lower the cooldown.
Yeah. Those cost a little too much in terms of pests.
I actually don't know the price for them. So if you have extras, like might as well.
It's 40 pests per.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. I was thinking I'd just go for the Pest Hunter ring, which would guarantee double pests when I'm spawning rather than the cooldown. Because the cooldown does calculate properly if you're offline. So what I could do is I could just swap over to main profile and do things, and then swap back over to...
You still have things to do on main profile?
I don't think I've got the 10 million collection for Jade Dragon yet.
That is fair. I already have that done.
Yeah. I also still need to do the Kudra or whatever it is, so I could do Party Finder Kudra. I'd rather do Party Finder Kudra than Party Finder Dungeon.
You should get Easy to join you. He's been doing a lot of Kudra.
Okay. Is he doing the Infernal tier, or is he doing the lower tiers?
If there is a party that let him in, he's been doing Infernal, yes.
Okay.
I gave him my spare terror set. It's funny that my spare terror set is higher tier than his main terror set, so I just gave it to him.
Seems about right.
Because I was not aware of what tier his terror was at first. And then I was just watching him do Kudra, and then I just saw he kept getting kicked from party. I was like just really confused. And then when I asked, well, his terror set was burning. I was like, oh god.
Yeah, that would do it.
I gave him my spare, which is fiery. He started being able to join some parties. Just doing Kudra.
Does he join as a stun? Because I know that's what a lot of parties look for.
No, stun is like super easy to do now. He joins the DPS.
Okay.
Back when people look for a lot of people look for stun is when you couldn't pick Orbulus the things. Now that you can pick Orbulus, like people don't care.
Okay.
Because you don't need a good mining setup to be able to stun fast now.
Yeah.
Previously stun, like a lot of them wanted like Divine Studio or 655. No?
Alright, that's a good reason to swap over and have a potato farm somewhere. There's 2 visitors that require potatoes now.
Oh my god. Need to go back to grinding balls.
Are you just gonna go for next boost area then?
Slowly chip away at it every day.
Yeah.
I'm honestly not even keeping track of the bestiary. I'm just kind of going there whenever my forge is empty.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well.
Yeah. What's the thing that they did to prevent you from forge cycling?
What do you mean?
There was something that they did that prevented you from forge cycling, like the. Can you not pick up crystals multiple times in a row?
Yeah, you can only pick it up once per kill.
Okay.
But like if hold fast it respawns, it doesn't matter. If anything, I kill ball faster than my topaz buy orders. So
Yeah.
it's not the best for profit, but like I don't have to keep, staring at the forge every hour or so.
Yeah.
Just kind of throw it in there, leave it for a day, and come back tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
My dog. He's excited or angry, I don't know.
I can't really tell the difference.
I think he's almost never angry. It's just probably some cars going by.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. A white car just parked outside our door. He's parking at the car.
Okay. Cane takes a while to replant, so I think I'll swap out the carrot farm and plant potatoes there instead. Want to get out all of the potatoes that we can and replace
I used
carrot.
the desk. It's pretty easy. You're welcome.
Your skin looks nice for a receptionist. Very
Is it?
formal. Yeah.
This skin is supposed to look formal. I'm thinking more of my hat would match. We stand behind a book,
Mm-hmm.
which and the spell book.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite thinking about my skin.
All right. 2 minutes until next visitor, and then I'm gonna pop over to dungeons. The tree is speaking. Which tree is speaking? Oh, is
See,
Zeta
he's
true?
wearing fake armor.
Oh.
wasn't busy. I was just taking a break because I did a 3 hour run on Risk of Rain with Orion, and I had to like kind of solo the end
Yeah.
because he died and lost a lot of his gear.
Hmm.
So I was taking a break from the PC after that. It's just
Okay, it's definitely a party
tiring.
now. Do you have stinky cheese potions, Clon?
Yeah, I do. It's on my island.
Okay, well, I think we've got a decent amount of visitors in the garden, so you could pop over and pick those up.
You want me to make them splash?
That would be appreciated.
Give me a second. I'm confusing these guys with my Shadow Assassin. Good argument. Okay, wait, I'm gonna go make the potions. You want them splash? Give me a second. Delay stinky cheese potion.
We can get all three visitors just when we get the potato farm done. We need about
I can't redstone this
26
thing, right?
secrets. No,
I can't glowstone this thing, but
no.
disappointing.
It's like the
It's only
tonic.
level 1.
You can only splash it.
Well, you have to come to a hub for me to splash, because I can't splash it on your garden, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'll just go to a different hub after this bingo splash gets done.
Did they not splash this during Bingo Splash?
Some of them do, but this guy didn't.
Okay, well, I have it now.
Okay. Hub 19.
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Splash right now? I thought you said after the Bingo Splash.
I mean, I just got the splash done.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
That's your stinky cheese. It's a good thing I keep random stuff alive.
Yeah. 11 minutes
Very
until
random.
visitor. But we should be able to get.
Did you get
Pest.
the Harvest Harbinger potion too?
You can splash.
Again?
At least I don't think you can.
I don't know if I
Only one pest. Womp womp. This fixes itself once we get more of them.
my god. Maximal Torment. Intelligence increased by 1%.
Huge.
I'm average now. I actually add stars to my Aurora helmet.
Yeah, that's something that you could do.
I
That
don't
would.
really use it much.
Well, if you're wondering which one's like better, you might use it a little bit more outside of dungeons. Like if you have the better helmet.
Yeah, but so many things are like magic in here.
Hmm. It's not a necessity to get it, that's for sure. But at your stage, you're just trying to figure out what you could do.
You know, two people in a game who just wants to spend money.
Yeah.
My buy orders are starting to get crazy.
Oh no, not again.
What happened?
Suffocation. I hate these pearls so much.
Okay, doing dungeons right now.
Yeah. Candy comb. What?
Yeah, those are actually not very rare. They're like pretty cheap on the auction too.
Oh. Yeah, it's 70k.
Yeah, I bought a lot of like all the candies just to have when I do things.
Mm-hmm.
I have 7 candy combs, I have 6 Ocean D, and a lot of lush lilac bonbons.
Yeah.
I just have them on me, so if I ever decide to cat, I just pop one. Decide to go fishing, I'll just pop one.
Yeah, that's
Why
smart.
not?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta live up to my goal you gave me.
You really do like spawning in this room. Wither secret up here. So a bat secret doesn't count if the bat dies on its own.
Now I have too many orders I can't sell.
I think it's just the chest up here. Yeah. That should be all 6. That was nice.
What's Zaid's AFK here?
Yeah. And if there is anything in these other rooms, it's just going to be like the tic-tac-toe +1. So we will warp garden.
What did you say?
I think that if there's anything left in the rooms, it's just going to be like a +1 secret from tic-tac-toe. So I'm just going to head back to the garden.
Okay.
And does this have cheese on it?
We
No.
have both of us chasing you down, right?
Perfect.
Cool. Do you know how the Sly Fox must look like for the Shadow Assassin?
Yeah, I can picture it off the top of my head.
Would that match the tulip dye?
I don't think it clashes.
Or do you think I should just... Do you think the crimson skin would match better?
Crimson skin matches much better.
Okay. I want to 10-star this set, just have it on like no enchants with perfects.
Yeah.
So,
I could see the tulip dye working for the Fig armor. My only concern would be that Fig armor gets outpaced by some other better armor set in the new islands. I hope they do the thing where you're upgrading the armor to make the new one rather than just having an armor set for the sake of having an armor set. But they already did that with Canopy, so my hopes are not very high.
I'm showing Zane how great with the helmet looks like, and I don't know if it looks good at all because I can't see armor on myself.
Yeah.
I have that disabled.
Well, my hope is that the big armor, if it is permanent, and I
It
am
just died again.
Yeah.
Tulip's pretty cheap.
Our thoughts of money are different, I think.
What? Tulip is really cheap.
Is it like 20 mil cheap, or like what are we thinking cheap is? Because like a full 60 million to re-dye a set is
15.
Hmm?
15 mil.
Ah. Well, the cheap it's only 45 mil. Let's go crazy with it.
You're gonna be big 9. I have 5,000 black ice dyes or
Yeah.
something. I want to see people's reactions if I join a party with 10-star Shadow Assassin. Would I get kicked?
No, I think that they'd be intrigued with it just because.
They would be intrigued by my e-chest 1.
Mm-hmm. Have someone that has like a notifier that every single wither blade that you own goes into their chat, and then it just floods their chat.
And every Terminator I own also goes in the chat.
Yeah.
Every G-Drag also goes in there.
Oh, fantastic.
Would Midas Sword and Claymore go in too?
No, I typically don't think that those show up in the mods.
Okay, because those are like the main weapons for a mage.
Yeah. We can cycle out a Rusty. And then we're gonna need a lot more stacks. 7 more secrets to complete the dungeon goal. 10 more visitors, and we're about halfway through pests. And then the forging a drill, we have all the items for it that we got yesterday. We're just pushing through and cycling that out. It's about probably 16 more hours until the drill engine is done.
Not bad. Actually going pretty well for extra Bengal. Some always expected it to take longer than this.
This is about how long it's taken in the previous extreme bingos.
I'm also not really a big bingo person, I don't exactly know.
Yeah. I mean, you hear extreme bingo and you think, oh no, you're going to be gone for the next 2 weeks. Not quite.
No, Kabul is dead now.
Yeah. Until cycle next visitor, we're going to need a melon plot down. Because I don't think that I stashed. Yeah, I didn't stash enough melons.
Every time I try to do flips, because I do so many, every time I look at my set, it's just like, oh, it's just doubled in value. And then it's just a bit of everything. And
yeah.
How did this get so high?
Well, the more money that you have to invest, the more money you end up getting, and then it just kind of compounds upon itself.
I thought my purse was growing faster now. The bag is growing faster than my purse. It's kind of nice the Kismet price is kind of going back up.
Yeah.
Given I bought 250 Kismets when they were 1 mil. So I've kind of profited like over 100 million Kismets already.
That's pretty
good.
good.
1.5 now.
Yeah.
I bought Kismets knowing I don't use Kismets.
I guess there wouldn't be much of a point for you to use the Kismets if you feel like you're not going to get anything from the chests.
You know, when I was playing Risk of Rain for Ryan, I have looted like a third of what he has. He has like 900 items looted at 300. But I had so many like red items, which is like the highest rarity. It doesn't make sense.
You save your luck for all the other games. What did I do with my Ananke feathers? Put them in a chest. I feel like most RNG things aren't worth using right now.
Yes and no. For me, I used a good number of them on one handle because I was already like 100k meter for F7 and I don't do F7 anymore.
Yeah.
So I used feathers to meter that. Then I used the rest to get my Grubber's Burgers.
Yeah.
I have like 17 feathers left. But like that's what I used my feathers for, was just metering the handle, which was F7, and I'm grinding F7.
I still need to salvage a lot of the stuff. Like, I have chests with armor pieces in it, but I'm not as highly motivated since I get like 1 shard.
I have not salvaged mine. I still have 30-something double chests of gear to salvage.
Yeah.
I didn't salvage them. I told Easy, if he wants a bit of progress to his Wither Scrolls, he can salvage whatever he finds in the chest. But it's like 30 double chests of gear.
Yeah.
And even he doesn't seem too keen to salvage those because a lot of tier 1s. So it's like not guaranteed.
Yeah.
Then some of the others, like higher tier ones, are like my Enrager, which I don't intend to salvage. So
Yeah.
Kind of where I sit with attributes. I think Jax still has attribute like random Kudra pieces on her that she was selling before, but
Hmm.
hasn't been active to salvage those.
Yeah.
I don't really need the shards anyway, so I don't really care. That's crazy. I still have Risk of Rain open.
Next pest soon. There we go. Immediately getting the moth. Be a good time to cycle something over, but I still need a few more. Potato farm. Zayd is calling for you. Yeah.
Looking at my. I'm also looking at Minecraft.
I guess we'll just go until next visitor at this point.
Even though I haven't recalled.
Well, you're not a good example of like, is it cost effective to do something? You'll just do something whether it's cost effective or not.
I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment.
I think it's a compliment on your ability to sandbox this game.
It's like an insult. You're trying to say I'm not good at money management.
No, I think that Zaid has a different financial barrier to getting things compared to you.
You mean like almost everyone?
Yeah. The rest of us out here have to buy like a used Kia car in order to get by, and then you can buy like the Cybertruck.
Cybertruck looks so ugly. Of all examples to use, like, Jesus Christ, it's so bad.
Well, I was trying to think of something that's like impractical but
Looks like
worth a
something a
lot of money.
5-year-old one. Yeah, it looks like something a 5-year-old one. Oddly edgy.
Yeah. Do we do cocoa
Reminding me of.
beans?
Remember there was someone called me like the Elon Musk or was it Jeff Bezos of Hypixel? Which one was it?
I can't even remember which one it was, honestly. Let's get melons out of the way.
Oh, Ryan will love it. Get melons.
Do. And then we can get our next pass. Another set of moths would be good. We're gonna have to do like a double plant in order to get all the cocoa beans.
Remember when I was considering to buy a racing helmet just to look nicer with foliage?
Yeah.
I'm still considering if I should.
I got the funny cactus drop. No, I actually want a cactus visitor show up.
You just became Santa Claus for a second.
Yeah, I just did the ho ho ho. This is going slower than I thought it would. Well, we need to get the last dungeon stuff done out of the way, and then we can go and do passive play. The melon's done for that. We could kill the sugarcane farm. We have some sugarcane reserves. Not enough to make it feel worthwhile, but we have some. And then this is the perfect time to dungeons, because we just swapped 2 of our plots.
I mean, I'm still loading it, so if you want to go.
Yeah, that was the thought process there, as long as it's being loaded. Just need to wait for this percentage to be done here. Yeah, the 17 enchanted cocoa beans
Looking
only
at-
gets us this much.
I'm just looking at like Aurelia's new video for the upcoming updates.
Yeah.
They are planning to nerf Crimson Essence required to upgrade Infernal Pudra armor. So
Again?
I guess it might be.
Okay.
You see, when this change does happen, you can claim a license refund 50%
Mm-hmm.
you spent on your armor.
Okay.
Does that mean I can refund like the random Infernal things I have too?
Yes. And then
Looking to make Tormentor slightly useful in Kudra for starters. That's not possible. Versus for Kudra is in development.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean, never mind. These are things I've already read.
I'm gonna have to replant that anyways. Alright, this should be super quick. It's like 7
I need like a
secrets.
bizarre revamp. Like I need bigger menu.
Well, how it should work is it should be like a gems upgrade or like a level upgrade there. I think anything that
I need slash recipe upgrade to like auto craft the lower tier for me. So if I craft a term, let me just like one button just craft the lower ones for me, then make the big one.
yeah, recursive crafting would be nice.
Like instead of like asking me to, because you can take from sack and backpack, right? Instead of asking me to already craft all the individual pieces, just give me one. Because there's like multiple recipes for different items.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me one that is all the raw materials in one page.
Mm-hmm.
So much more convenient.
That's a new player. Do you know that person? Or are they just from the stream?
Who's the new player?
Oh, Assassin?
Says
Yeah.
no. I don't know this person.
Well, if you're from the stream, welcome to the garden. 50 pests in and 8 visitors away from being done. So we'll be done with the stuff
You
soon.
see, he's from the stream.
Ah, sweet. Orb. Garden. Just got the secret skull done. So now we're going to push for garden visitors served by the end of the stream, and then we'll do offline pests in order to get that completed. And I'm aiming for a sub 24-hour playtime.
Assassin is very Shadow Assassin. Very canon.
Mm-hmm.
How am I too?
Well, these are not growing a lot. That'll probably be the end of the stream, and that'll be the end of the bingo for this month, because we're just going to do pests offline, and garden visitor offers will be done, and forge drill offline. We're doing visitors first, don't worry. It's not ending just yet. It'll be about 30 more minutes of the stream, approximately, depending on how long it takes for these things to grow. What pet should you get? Well, you're not on bingo, I imagine, so get combat pet? Yeah, context is important. Dungeons. I heard good things about like Tiger Lion for some very, very early games. If you're going for DPS. Skeleton probably would be a good choice then. Griffin is another good one. And yeah, Baby Yeti's an option if you find yourself dying. Spray on it. No spray.
It's slash PVO Assassin and it says Skyblock profile not found. I have no clue what this man has.
Mm.
Profile viewer cannot find the profile.
That's unfortunate.
I'm taking a shot in the dark. I can't see from.
Yeah.
What to say? What just say no?
Since we're done with dungeons, we can clear the inventory. Nothing dungeon related is needed anymore. Hmm.
Say archer.
Yeah, but outside of the thing, could be good to have a melee weapon upgrade. Shadow Fury is about as good as you're gonna get. You could go for the whatever the Sedan one is.
Giant sword.
Not the giant sword, the other one. The
Felton Reaper.
Belthorn Reaper, yeah. Belthorn Reaper is fun.
Personally, Felton Reaper is not that good. I'll be honest.
I think it could also be a ping issue. I think its ability is nice, but if you're having bad lag, then
No, not really. The only thing Felton has going for it is the longer reach, but the damage for the price is not really worth it.
yeah. They already have a Shadow
Especially
Fury.
since now they gave like giants the reach. Like just spend a bit more and get the giant sword at that point.
Okay.
Not many people actually brought Felton at all. It's just a museum like for us.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since I'm pretty sure Felton is a little pricey.
You could check the AH and see how it compares. I think that it's
Albion is 34 mil, 275 damage.
well, if they're able to sell their Shadow Fury.
It's less damage than a Shadow Fury. A Felton is less damage than a Shadow Fury.
Mm-hmm.
Kaboom. It's not worth it.
Oh, okay. Mining, but 200 ping is so bad for it. Yeah.
200 ping.
A lot of people have issues with that.
200 ping. I'm playing at 400.
What does Jerry want? Hey Bale, that's a pretty big ask. But it gets us a ton of copper for the community goal, so we can set something like that up. Once we get done with melon, swap over to a wheat field. The problem is we're starting to get a backlog of visitors, because as our garden level increases, the amount of items they want for each visitor is going to go up as well. It wouldn't be as much of an issue if they all wanted the same crop. Okay. And this should hopefully be enough to plant another melon farm if we want to swap later. Or the melons that we already have. um, carrots. We need to do carrots now. Alright, we're going to manually do some cocoa beans then. Unfortunately, this farm is still growing. Copper. Yeah, copper's pretty nice. And I forgot to activate the spray on this plot. Okay, so we can grief the plot with our axe here, that's annoying. It's gonna be 4 stacks of cocoa beans in order to get the cookie that we need. But then also we want to build up the farm a little more. We got 3 visitors in the garden. We need 4 more to show up. And then if we claim all of those visitors, we're done. The higher our cocoa bean level gets, the more our fortune increases because of the dedication on the tool. I think that they gave us a very powerful tool, but it's also a very tedious task that they set us out to do. Would have been less tedious if I were attending to it a little bit more. I think it's my bad. Just kind of put the garden out of mind. Still another 50 pests.
Renew for 5 days, bro. It's not bad. It's actually more than what most people would make on a new profile, I think.
Yeah. Well, as they said, they got lucky with the new update, so it helped them out a ton.
Yeah, I guess. $500 was almost enough to buy a handle now.
Yeah. It's crazy that they crashed down that far.
Because of the fence.
Yeah.
But when you account for the scrolls, it's kind of still the same price to get
Yeah.
like a without impact Hyperion.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you can get like a Valkyrie to start off cheaper and all.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really like the ferocities one.
Yeah. And we're kind of in a dead zone. Not enough cocoa beans to... I guess... What do you want? Potatoes, of course.
Potatoes.
I'm gonna have to cycle. Get another plot. Or I could, do the carrots and then put a wheat plot. I don't know. It's hard juggling these two plots. I feel like I'm not getting enough crop growth despite my garden level being decently high.
Halfway.
Yeah.
I don't know. Even even the max garden level, I use a 5 plot long farm, so I
Yeah.
can't really make much of a comment.
I just know that I need to get a bunch of cocoa beans to fully plant out this farm. And then
And then
and I'm just gonna want to swap it out for something else. I liked it much better when there were only like 4 different crops that the visitors could ask for. Great. Cricket. Did he just double jump in midair? Bruh. Stop that.
ability to fly. Can I double jump?
I don't know if they're talking to you or to me. Probably to you.
I think it's me. I'm kind of staring at me there. I was just looking at my YouTube.
Yeah. I think I upgrade the cocoa farm. And go for carrots. Spray. There we go. Oh, it would also help to be in the farming gear. These 10 stacks of carrots for one of the visitors. And Jerry needs a bunch of wheat as well. Okay. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Do stuff is a stretch for me. What do I actually do in this game?
Well, occasionally when you're like called to do group content, you'll do group content, and then you make a lot of money on the side.
Occasional.
And then it's like, oh, you got this funny thing.
Yeah, still have 6 billion in Chimera books. What do I do with it?
7 visitors. The number has not changed.
And my Chimera, that would be fun. I can't Chimera my fixed zone splitter.
Unfortunate.
Imagine spending for that for a bit of fortune. I can put Fatal Tempo though.
Interesting.
Fatal Tempo. I'm gonna do Ferocity.
Can you put Chimera on the axe thing?
I don't think you can enchant Hunt Axe.
You can. You can put Arcane on it, but I don't know if you can put Ultimates on it.
Only Fatal Tempo, Inferno, Outwise, First Impression Missile. Arcane is useless too. So there's nothing there that can really survive anything. Unless you're like low magic power, I guess.
Yeah.
And you're like fishing for like what, corrupted sea emperors or something. I don't know. I can't really imagine anything in Galatia that's hard. Unless the new Slayer is in Galatia, like Chills. Maybe.
Yeah.
But at the moment, there's no use.
Passed only 1. But I had spray active, so I rolled the low 1 in 10 chance. Plant matter again. Yeah, we're about to hit visitor cap. I could deny the potato visitor if we get something that is not potatoes. Well, that's a second potato thing, so frick. We can be stacking up time right now for a 6th visitor, but it's starting to cut it close. I'm doing carrots for Iron Forger. We're about halfway through getting cocoa beans done for Gwendolyn. We haven't even started on Jerry. We're going to be waiting for another visitor that has a wheat crop so that we can stack that. Hopefully after we get done with carrots, we can turn it into a potato farm. And then do cocoa beans while that's planting. If we look here, this all needs to get filled up, plus I need an extra stack. It's painful.
A lot of things to do.
Yeah. Oh, because normally you'd have something that's like, get a hot potato book, and that's like 1 enchanted potato, and now I'm having to get like 4 or 5 enchanted carrots. Like, you want to see
Not
me
extreme bingo for a reason.
open up Forge on stream, or what's the request here?
forge?
Yeah. I just got the message, can we see Forge? But I also don't know if
In
that is
game or on
intended for
stream?
me. In game. I don't know if it's intended for me or not.
I think he meant like forge progress for the drill.
Ah. Yeah, I can go check
So I
Forge.
assume it's gonna be that. I don't think he means launching forge.
Yeah. On stream. Okay.
He just wants like a like a AFK ASMR stream. You're just looking at the forge timer.
Well, I've got maxed out Quick Forge, so it's going as fast as it can, and it's probably going to say like 14 hours if the clock in my head is correct.
Why do you have a clock in your head?
I don't know. I just kind
Take
of.
it out.
Oh. But TikTok, TikTok.
See how your brain rings sometimes and sometimes it stops.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know, Kupum. I don't think our heads have space to fit a clock in there. Most clocks are bigger than our heads.
You'd be surprised. One of those like Rolex things could easily fit inside my head.
It's a watch, not a clock. It's a
Technicalities.
watch, not a clock. Gonna fit like the clock on the Big Ben or something in your head.
I'm gonna put one of those hourglasses with the little sand wheel going down in my head, and then we'll have to flip me every time we want to reset the time.
I can flip you probably. Try.
Okay.
I may be lighter than you, but I can try.
I think it's more like the muscle there. Like, are you able to pick up
I have
something?
more strength in my leg than my arms. So unless you want me to kick you down, I don't think that's really working too well.
I think a kick would be quite effective at taking someone down, honestly.
Get you like flat on the ground, I wouldn't get you upside down. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Be like halfway there. I'm not really there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trained in Taekwondo. I'm not trained in wrestling. Me trying to flip you upside down using my legs, it's gonna end up being like soccer or something.
Yeah.
So I move, roll, do something.
Want to get some
I'm just
extra
gonna take a nap and I'm
bits.
gonna attempt to flip him upside down. He's gonna wake up with like a broken arm and then what the hell happened while sleeping? You're trying to reset your hourglass.
And then getting a reserve of carrots so that I can swap the farm again later. Because inevitably Hypixel is going to make me do that. Alright. You can't buy seeds from this merchant. Guess I'm on my own. About 50-ish seeds in order to plant a full garden plot later. And that's what we're aiming for in the hotbar. We'll hop as necessary. That's 10. And one more lobby should do it. Alright, let's check the forge. So I'm gonna guess like 14, final guess 15 hours. 16:53. Okay.
It's taking a little too fast.
Yeah, my internal clock is a little quick there.
Slow down.
I did swap that. No, I didn't. I should have been doing that before I left. Okay, and then this is more melons. Do we have enough? And my sweet. Now we're technically back in the positive for visitors for now. I mean, before our queue was full,
positive for visitors.
so I'm not.
Oh, you mean like the visitor can spawn the next one?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
It's gonna be negative real soon then.
Yeah. I'm about to get Gwendolyn as well. And then 2 of them require potatoes, 1 of them requires wheat. We're gonna hope to stack Jerry with the 2-inch bales with some other ones. Or maybe I just do Jerry on my own time.
On the wheat minion.
No. I'm thinking once I get done with the bingo, I should cycle out the minions for like gravels or something to transfer over to the Iron Man.
I don't know what we need for the Iron Man. Blaze rods?
I could get a blaze minion.
I think what we were last working on was frozen blaze armor.
Yeah.
I haven't exactly logged in a while.
Yeah. We are 5 visitors away. So if we get the next one and then we were to claim all of them, we would be done with the task. Oof. Remember, it's getting way too close for comfort there. Hello, welcome back.
He's naked. I don't think you can show this on stream, Kaboom.
Is it like an inappropriate skin?
You need an NSFW tag.
Do I need to kick them from the garden?
Just don't come to the barn.
Okay.
Just don't come here. Unless you want an NSFW tag on your.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable with this.
Gonna have to go back there eventually.
Come back when he's not here.
Okay.
I don't know how it's gonna be if you see this on stream. That's the issue.
I could always go to like the BRB screen and just cover it.
I don't think he gave me enough to make the farm.
Alright, well, we ball. It's not that
He gave me
bad.
enough? Oh no, there is enough.
Alright, back in the
You
positive.
feel? Just pretty much knew it.
Guess.
Pretty much knew it. It's not that bad.
I thought that it was gonna be something that I would like really need to be wary of. That's kind of like a gray area, I would say.
This skin is a lot. I don't know. YouTube and some really weird rules.
Yeah, YouTube does have weird rules, but I don't mark my channel for kids, so it should be fine. I think that if anything, the thing that's gonna get me flagged for like a demonetization on YouTube would be people excessively swearing.
Like Hypixel may allow it. I don't know if YouTube allows it, you know?
Yeah.
So I was like, don't come here.
Well, like another
When you
thing
were
is,
wearing armor earlier, it's not bad.
Mhm.
You're here without armor with that skin, it's something else.
I think it's more like YouTube might currently allow it, but since there's like a VOD of the stream, if YouTube ever stops allowing it, then that becomes the problem.
Kaboom's getting cancelled. Kaboom's getting cancelled over skin.
Over a Minecraft skin would be crazy.
Can definitely have.
Fortunately, Jerry couldn't do something normal like pumpkins. 40 seconds until the last potential visitor. We might need to go for the next one after this. And another emissary. What does this one want? Carrots. Did I right when I get done swapping the carrots off the garden.
You uninstalling a game from Steam need an internet connection. And for some reason with my internet it said timed out. Why can't I install a game? Uninstall a game.
I feel like you should be able to delete files whenever you choose.
When they tell you timed out trying to uninstall files, it's crazy. Steam is like, no, you cannot uninstall Rainbow Six Siege. Even though I don't play this game.
So the good news is we need less of these overall per slot here. It's like 8 stacks or 9 stacks of potatoes, but then we get 2 visitors done with that. Rather than before with the carrots, we did 10 stacks for a single visitor. Social 3, let's go.
Make social by having me load the garden.
Yeah. Best socialization.
Oh, social.
That fills up, we'll have enough for one of them. I could probably swap these if I wanted to. I have a decent amount of cocoa beans. Let's do that, just to be proactive. So this next visitor that we're going to get in about 3 minutes should be what we need.
farming just takes so long.
Yep. I wish that we did not have as many farming goals, but of the two, I'd rather be farming than fishing. That's too many potatoes, but that's enough. This is going to require like 6 stacks of potatoes. And then this is just 4 stacks of carrots.
I don't know why he's asking me to go 500 when I don't care much about Skyblock levels.
Yeah. It's okay. There's no major milestone that I have left to hit. I hit 500. I don't have to care anymore.
I can hit 500 if I just spend a lot of coins, but it's gonna cost me like 4 or 5 billion just to get in.
Yeah.
So, not worth it for that little bit of health.
Yeah.
Jacob arrived.
Great. Another wheat NPC. 3 more. Well, Jacob's gonna be easier than Jerry to get done, so do potatoes. Then we cycle this out for a wheat plot. Halfway done now.
Jacob, I'm gonna have to go for a bit. I'll be back a bit later.
Okay.
I'll leave my character AFK on your garden.
Alright. Talk
Good
to you
luck
later.
with the stream.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Alright. Let's just hit max potato crop milestone while we're at it. And it's like exactly 5 stacks and then just a little more above that. See you later. It's been nice having you in stream. Oh, wait, no. You're still awake. Even though you've spent like 12 hours on Minecraft. Me too, soon. Me too. Yeah. I thought that after I said that. Hey, Vamp. Yeah, you should get some sleep. You should. Why are you still awake? You're kind of just watching me punch crops in the garden. You could go take care of yourself and go sleep. I mean, you could say that you had a fantastic night. I severely underestimated how long this was going to take. I thought I'd be 3xing the rate of the visitors showing up, and then we're still not done. What the frick? I need to pull the calculator. I could just probably have farmed and got this over with. Oh, it's like and 3/4 exactly, so 48. Why can't we just round down and do like 2 enchanted baked potatoes? Why do we have to be so particular with it? Playtime. I've got about an hour left before I go over my 1 day playtime limit. I know I've done 47 hours of playtime. Surely that has to be from AFK a little bit. Surely. Alright. Get the potato set up. What does Jacob want? 66 enchanted wheat. Now that's actually doable. I might even have that already. Very close to it. I could just not swap the farm out then. If it's only going to take this amount. And there are enchanted seeds and enchanted carrots. Sprayinator. And now we're going for something very simple. We just need to get that up to 66, and we also need 4 stacks of carrots. Playtime detailed. 3.8 hours on the hub. I don't even know how I got that. 3.7 hours on Backwater, 3.2 in Dwarven, 3.2 in Garden, 2.2 in Crystal Hollows. That was doing Bell among other things there. I really didn't just... Oh, and the rubies. I had to mine a bunch of rubies for the drill. That makes much more sense. Yeah, same. Speaking of, I'm nearly done with my splashes, so it's perfect timing that we're about done with the tasks here. And you should be ready to get pests soon. There we go. 2 pests have spawned. I highly doubt they're going to be anything that I care about. We'll go for them anyways. And I saw that there was some message there, but I'm completely missing it right now. Okay. Can you text me where? Because, like, text direct messages is probably the best way to go. Like, if you do the message me. Or is there something else you want to tell me where? Yeah. We are nearly done. We're halfway through the carrots. Then we have a librarian. Now we have some sugar. We can go check, but I think it's gonna not be enough. I mean, we're already halfway through the carrots. And it's not like we have it's not like we have a sugarcane farm ready to go. You know what? No. We're cheesing it all the way. Warp Desert. Oh no, I think if I go hub, I haven't bought sugarcane yet. So I should be able to just purchase it like so. Yeah. Easy. Does daily something for NPC buy? It's a very bad time to try to text me something. Does daily stock reset? I don't know. Like midnight or something? Midnight Eastern, I think, is when it usually resets. And then seeds and wheat. We need to get up to, I think it was like 66 or something wheat. Now, Warp Garden. Done. And now need to craft it. Done. You get it from Pests. Did you get it on Bingo? It's pretty impressive if you got it on Bingo. Alright, only 2 things remain. If I stay offline for 8 hours, I get 8 pests. If we run the numbers here, 100 minus 66 divided by 8 is going to be about 4 cycles of that. And then drill forging is just cycling the drill. That being said, I'm probably going to skedaddle. It's been nice hanging out with y'all, and I will see you next month for the bingo. I might do some surprise streams in between. If you want to be notified of those, you can join the Discord down below in the description, or subscribe with notifications on. If you are a lurker or a VOD watcher, I appreciate your time, and for those of you who've been chatting, I've appreciated your company. I'll see you for sure at the start of next month for the August bingo. Bye-bye.